Good morning and welcome to our live coverage of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's second day on his official visit to the beautiful Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. My name is DK Roster and it is a pleasure to keep you company during this progression of events. Now, this visit is a significant one, marking the first time an Indian Prime Minister has visited our shores since 1999, and it signals a renewed and deepened commitment to strengthening the enduring bonds between India and Trinidad and Tobago. Now, as we say, this is the second day, and the first day was a day of highlights, and it started with the Prime Minister of the Republic of India actually touching down on the tarmac at the Southern Airport building. And even looking at these images, you'll see to the nose of the plane both flags, India and Trinidad and Tobago. There we can see the cultural display that was on hand to greet him, as well as our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, flanked by individuals such as the Minister of Foreign Affairs, as well as the High Commissioner of India. There we see Prime Minister Modi descending the plane. Even before he descended, blessing the space. And one of the things that we were looking at is the different ways that he was greeting individuals, be it Namaskar, Jai Sri Ram. There we see him receiving a bouquet of flowers from different individuals and then setting them up to take that obligatory photo opportunity. There he is being escorted to the saluting days. And as he walks that red carpet, let me take the opportunity to say thank you to our subject matter experts who would have helped us appreciate the proceedings as they were taking place live, in the form of Dr. Sherian Singh, as well as Captain Isaiah Eastmond of the Trinidad and Tobago Regiment. There he was greeted by a half guard, and we see the colors for this half guard comprising solely of the Air Guard of Trinidad and Tobago. We had the conversation of what would have taken place to ensure that there's a level of military precision, which is a term that we're hearing in with a level of consistency at this point in time. And here he is greeted or escorted by our Prime Minister to meet the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago. And all of this was before he was whisked away to a diaspora event. And even with that diaspora event, and we'll get into that as well, but Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar, she has praised India's Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi for his compassion and heartfelt outreach to the people of the diaspora. Speaking at a community diaspora event that we were just hinting at the National Cycling Velodrome in Couva on Thursday, shortly after the Prime Minister's arrival in Trinidad and Tobago, Prime Minister Persad-Bissessar reflected on his inspirational, visionary leadership and enduring commitment to the Indian diaspora, promoting culture, history, and the spirit of our shared journey. Now, the Prime Minister also reflected on India's ongoing support over the years, particularly during the COVID-19 pandemic, with his donation of vaccines. Even seeing a stole that would have matched the decor at the lectern, where he would have spoken, as did our Prime Minister.
Through your benevolence, you brought hope and calm where there was fear. I say again, this was more than diplomacy. This was an act of kinship. This was an act of shared humanity. This was an act of love. And this is one of the many reasons we are deeply proud to bestow upon you, Excellency, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago.
And continuing with news on the visit of the Prime Minister, Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Dr. Rudal Munilal, confirmed that several Memorandum of Understanding, MOUs, will be signed with Indian Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi on Friday, that's today, including one to rejuvenate TNT's energy sector. He noted that India is a global leader in the sphere of energy and can help push TNT's agenda to be the energy hub of the Caribbean.
We are all elated and delighted, and it's very emotional as well. It's the first Indian Prime Minister to visit in over 2 decades. Prime Minister Vajpayee, I believe, visited 2 decades ago. So we are very happy. We have a lot of important discussions to undertake. We are discussing issues of agriculture, of national security, of technology, of information technology, of agriculture, many issues across the board. So that we look forward to an important discussion that is arising in the area of energy as well. We have some matters to discuss. So we are hoping that we'll have fruitful discussions tomorrow, and we will agree on several matters. There are several memoranda of understanding that will be signed and shared and exchanged, and we're extremely elated. India is a global leader, not just as an economy.
And we also spoke with the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, Ravi Ratiram, about the visit by India's Prime Minister. Now, he said that bilateral talks in agriculture are on the table during the 2-day visit, and noted that India can assist TNT tremendously in the area of agriculture. Now, as recently as May 2025, India donated 12,500 litres of edible oil and 19,500 kilograms of rice, while also establishing an integrated automatic fruit and vegetable processing plant, a grant of 1 million rupees in March 2025.
So happy for this visit. The relationship with Trinidad and Tobago dates back to decades and centuries, and we are so happy for this visit. The relationship and the bond with India and Trinidad has already started bearing fruits. We are very thankful for the gift that we would have received with respect to the rice and the oil and so forth from India. But in addition to that, there are additional gifts coming out of this visit from the Prime Minister of India. We are going to be boosting agriculture and food security in our country. We're going to have increased value for the crops that are being cultivated by our farmers by introducing agro-processing facility, agro-processing equipment that we will be receiving from India. We have already received some of the equipment, and we are going to be commissioning that.
And we are very curious to see what those memoranda of understandings will look like. So we would have spoken with the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, as well as the Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries. So those are two seeing MOUs coming out with. We will stay tuned. Definitely something we'll be looking at, and we will bring you the information as we get it. But we take a short break and we return. Stay tuned to TTT Limited. We come back after this. Welcome back. It is day 2 of the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Sri Narendra Modi, to Trinidad and Tobago. Now, today is a day that he will be meeting the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Her Excellency Christine Carla-Kangaloo. Before that, though, we just want to reflect on some of the things that would have taken place yesterday, because it was a day of highlights, as we said, from the Indian Prime Minister, or the Prime Minister of India's arrival to our shores. Also looking at the diaspora event that was held in his honor. Some people say it is always a good opportunity to reflect the wear, the dress, the mores that represent us, and definitely it was a sight to behold. Even looking at the mix of individuals in attendance, and the level of enthusiasm, the way that our cultures were represented. There we see the Indian Prime Minister greeting members of the cabinet who are there to welcome him into this space. And even looking at the young lady on the biggest drum on the Junjun with the Tassa group, there was representation from Shiv Shakti as well as the Malik folk performers at the airport. And there was more fare to be had. So one of the conversations that we would have had yesterday is the way that sometimes we think that if there is a larger in a relationship between two jurisdictions, sometimes it seems as though the smaller jurisdiction would be the more ready consumer. But looking at pushing back on that narrative is one of the things that we would have done yesterday, seeing what it is we have to offer, looking at the fact that some people might call us little but tallow and punching above our weight in terms of the cultural offerings that we have. Now, even looking at the way that both prime ministers would have greeted the audience that started to fill the velodrome from the hours of 2 o'clock when gates were opened. And definitely it was a sight to behold in terms of even looking at something like traffic considerations, because people were trying to get into that space to say that, yes, on this day, the 3rd of July, Thursday exactly, I was there to see this visit by Sri Narendra Modi, the Prime Minister of India. And even we'll talk about some of the individuals who would have performed on the day, some bringing nostalgia, some bringing a level of surprise, especially when they may not have been as recognized by the wider public. One of them specifically being Anthony Batson, who some people did not know is an ardent exponent of different types of classical East Indian singing. He also sings chutney as well, and I believe he even plays the harmonium and is learning Hindi. Just driving the point home that this is Trinidad and Tobago, where every creed and race find an equal place. But speaking of validating the work of different people and disparate individuals bringing it to the table, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Christine Carla-Kangaloo, will formally confer the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the nation's highest honor, on Prime Minister of India, Sri Narendra Modi, and this will be at a ceremony to be held at the President's house today, Friday, in accordance with the advice of the Cabinet. Now, President Kangaloo is deeply honored to present this prestigious award to Prime Minister Modi, who has been internationally recognized for his distinguished leadership and service. Now, he has received numerous accolades and several international and regional awards. Now, in January 2025, President Kangaloo was the recipient of another award. This is the highest award conferred by the Republic of India on persons of Indian origin and non-nationals in recognition for her exceptional contributions to public life. The award was officially presented by Dr. Pradeep Rajpurit, High Commissioner of India to Trinidad and Tobago, during the celebration of India's 76th Republic Day on 26th January 2025 in Trinidad and Tobago. Now, the Office of the President extends its warm congratulations to Prime Minister Modi on this significant honor and reaffirms the enduring bonds of friendship and cooperation between Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of India. And it is also interesting that former Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Senator Amy Brown, or rather Dr. Amy Brown, would have said that this is not a new precedent, and he would have cited other examples where non-nationals would have been awarded awards from Trinidad and Tobago, as is happening today with India's Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi, who has also revealed that Overseas Citizens of India, or OCI cards, will now be extended to the sixth generation of Indian origin individuals in Trinidad and Tobago. Speaking during his address to hundreds at the National Cycling Velodrome in Couva, he said it is a move aimed at strengthening people-to-people ties and preserving cultural identity.
Happy to announce that OCI cards will now be given to the sixth generation of the Indian diaspora in Trinidad and Tobago.
Modi recognized the contributions of some distinguished members of the diaspora, saying that now East Indian descendants are no longer defined by struggle, but by their success and value.
Just look at the impact that you have all had on this beautiful nation. Kamala Prasad Bisesar ji, as the first women Prime Minister of this country, Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangalu ji, as the female President, late Sri Basdev Pandey, the son of a farmer, rose to become Prime Minister.
And Prime Minister Modi also acknowledged the vibrant celebrations of Ram Leela in Sangre Grande and Dao village. He also shared with the audience that he had brought holy water from India as a token of devotion, which he hopes will bless the people of T&T. And it is really interesting looking at the fact when we speak about leadership and what leadership means. So the fact that our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesar, would be the third Prime Minister in the Caribbean who is a woman, and hopefully as time progresses we see those numbers even out a little bit. And one of the things is that it is still to some a novelty. She would have been the third female Prime Minister, following Dame Eugenia Charles of Dominica, as well as Portia Simpson Miller in Jamaica. And this is her second term, and she's also extended warmest greetings to the United States of America on this July 4 as they celebrate their independence anniversary. And that is also something that we're looking at this point in time. So we'll have more on what she exactly said in those greetings that she would have extended, but it is definitely something to be looking at. But we have our own reason to be mindful of the 4th of July that extends or is right here in CARICOM. But looking at what it is we're speaking about with regard to those greetings, Prime Minister Kamala Prasad Bisesar, she would have also said heartfelt congratulations to the government and people of the United States of America on the occasion of their 249th Independence Day. Now, in that statement, the Prime Minister would have said that the 4th of July, it stands as a powerful symbol for liberty, resilience, and democratic ideals. PM Prasad Bisesar added that Trinidad and Tobago deeply values the long-standing bonds of friendship and mutual respect shared with the United States, saying our nations are united by shared democratic principles, vibrant diaspora ties, and ongoing cooperation in areas of security, education, trade, and cultural exchange. And as I hinted at momentarily, some people may remember July 4 for a different reason, in the sense that 42 years ago on July 4, 1973, right here in Chaguaramas, Trinidad and Tobago, a momentous treaty was signed. The leaders of Barbados, Guyana, Jamaica, and Trinidad and Tobago put pen to paper, establishing the Caribbean Community and Common Market, more commonly known as CARICOM. This was not just about trade, it was a vision for a more united, unified, and prosperous Caribbean. Now, the Treaty of Chaguaramas laid the groundwork for deep regional integration across four main pillars: economic cooperation, coordination of foreign policy, human and social development, and security. It sought to replace the earlier Caribbean Free Trade Association, aiming for a stronger, more cohesive economic bloc. Now, over the years, the original treaty has evolved. In 2001, it was revised to create the CARICOM Single Market and Economy, or CSME, a crucial step towards allowing for the free movement of goods, services, capital, and people across member states. Now, this revision underscored the commitment to sustained economic development, improved living standards, and enhanced international competitiveness for the region as a whole. Now, today, the Treaty of Chaguaramas, it remains the foundational document for CARICOM, guiding efforts in areas from food security and climate resilience to dispute resolution and enhanced cooperation among member states. While challenges persist, the treaty continues to be a testament to the shared aspirations of the Caribbean people for a stronger, more integrated future. And speaking of future, letting you know that in the not too distant future, we will be bringing you live coverage of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi, visiting with the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Christine Carla Kangaloo. After that greeting, there will also be the conferring, as we said, of the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, our nation's highest honor. From there, the Prime Minister of India will be escorted via motorcade to the Parliament of Trinidad and Tobago, the seat of our democracy. Along the way, it will be lined, that passageway will be lined with people who want to say that they were there on the day, by school children as well as other individuals, and we will bring you those sights and sounds as they occur right here on TTT Limited. Now, there will be a joint address, or an address to the joint parliament, and we are looking forward to see what will take place, or what will come out of those MOUs that will be signed and exchanged. And then there is even more, because there will be a tree planting ceremony that we also hope to bring to you live. So we want to thank you for staying with us, for continuing to do so if you've been here with us yesterday. And we take a short break. We come back with more. Welcome back as we share your company till we begin to show you live footage of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi, meeting with the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT. Also letting you know that there is going to be, when meeting to Parliament, there's going to be a quarter guard of honor, and we would have found out some of the differences between a guard of honor, then learned terms yesterday such as a half guard, as well as a quarter guard, which is being introduced today. And this will be taking place at the courtyard of the Red House. And this should take place a little later today. This will happen after Prime Minister Modi has already met with our president, after which he will be conferred. Well, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago will be conferred upon him, our highest national honor. And in attendance will be members of our cabinet, as well as other individuals. As they make their way in front of the camera or the camera trains on them, we will try to itemize some of those individuals to help build that appreciation for the events that are taking place today. And just looking at the Indian diaspora, comprising nearly 40% of our population, playing an integral role in enriching Trinidad and Tobago's development journey, Prime Minister Modi would have called some of those names from culture, sport, even speaking to musical artists as well. And this visit is undoubtedly one that will build on pre-existing connections, looking at 180 years since the system of indentureship, and it will explore new avenues from what we hear, those avenues for cooperation in areas like renewable energy, pharmaceuticals, which is something that we would have heard from the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Sean Sobers, as well as IT. And we're looking forward to see what the day will bring, and even more importantly, what the coming days after this day will bring in terms of those MOUs, because it's one thing to say, okay, well, there are the MOUs, but then it's another thing to make sure that those MOUs are implemented for the good of both of our nations. And we look forward to that, and we will help bring that information to you as it progresses, helping hone in, dive in, going in depth, pun intended, on some of these factors that mean so much to us as a nation and a people. And this is live coverage of the Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi's visit to Trinidad and Tobago. Now we're starting to see some signs, and this includes school children, and this could be part of the outrider, and it is coming your way, so we're looking to see. And yes, we see that flag indicating that Prime Minister Modi is in this motorcade as he is making his way to President's house. Ably flanked by members of our defense service. There was a term that we would have learned yesterday called the circle of diplomacy. And each person, there we see some mounted guards to the left of the screen, and each person doing what it is they're doing, providing this level of densely populated dots that when close enough make an unbroken line. And this is part of the line that we're seeing at this point in time. There we have children waving flags of India as well as Trinidad and Tobago. They're looking to see those flashing lights, and I think the flags and waving those flags are exciting them as much as the fact that they will be passing, or they will be passed by the Prime Minister of the Republic of India. We also see some adults in attendance with ever-present mobile devices in hand to remember this day for posterity, and possibly whatever other social platforms they will populate as creators of content. And there we have that natural sound which builds the experience in a degree that is very hard to emulate from within a studio. And even listening to the enthusiastic sounds of the children, look the police, listening to the siren, and the richness of the experience is increased exponentially by being able to get some of those sounds in addition to the sights. So there's that check. Naturally, there would be a security check, seeing that this is the President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago that is going to be called upon at this point in time. So you would have just seen some children, but there are a great deal more where the Prime Minister of India is going to make his way to the Parliament. So there are a great deal more children along that way as well. No doubt well equipped with flags of Trinidad and Tobago and India, as we would have seen in the small sampling from the space that the Indian Prime Minister would have traversed to visit the President. And there are so many stories coming out of what would have already taken place in terms of the fact that after the diaspora engagement that saw so many performances from individuals who have been professionals in the arts for a number of years. For example, Ravi and Nisha Bisimba, or Ravi B and Nisha B as they're more commonly known, in addition to so many schools. And once again, this provides an opportunity for individuals to, one, work towards something, and then two, to display their skills and their talent. And who knows, this may be the catalyst that when we listen to someone's story in the future, they said that they were thinking about what they were going to do as a career choice, but the fact that they were able to perform for the Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, that was the tipping point that let them know that this is what they wanted to do as a career, as a future endeavor for the long haul on a consistent basis. And it is just so wonderful to see. And we have that footage. You can go back and also look at the content that we have, detailing every aspect of the way of this 2-day journey, visit, sojourn to Trinidad and Tobago, one of the second countries, if not mistaken, for the visit is supposed to be 5 countries in 8 days. So really a packed schedule. And as that schedule is packed, we're bringing the aspects that are happening on the ground here in Trinidad to you via all our media. And letting you know, we have some scenes outside the President's house. It's truly an iconic landmark in Trinidad and Tobago, one that is steeped in history. And it is the official residence of the President and a significant venue for So in addition to the MOUs that will be exchanged, there will also be the opportunity for Prime Minister Modi's delegation, as well as Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa's delegation, to gather in the Max Richards Diplomatic Reception Lounge for bilateral discussions. Naturally, there'll also be the opportunity for official photographs. And one of the things to notice was the number of media practitioners that would have accompanied the Prime Minister from India. And we're currently on standby to go into President's house. And we give you some more of the sights of outside the President's house just before we take you inside. And we now take you to the inside of the President's house for the day's events that are carded to begin there.
The Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. The Honorable Kamla Persad Bissessa, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Their Excellencies Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Kerwin Garcia, SC. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be seated. Your Excellencies, Christine Carla Kangaloo, ORTT, President of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, and Kerwin Garcia, SC, First Gentleman. The Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, SC, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Our guest of honor, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. The Honorable, the Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, ORTT, Chief Justice of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mrs. Archie. Senator the Honorable Wade Mark, President of the Senate, and Mrs. Ramkisoon Mark. The Honorable Jagdev Singh, Speaker of the House of Representatives. Members of Parliament, the Honorable Penelope Beckles, a Leader of the Opposition, and Mr. Robinson. Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps and heads of missions accredited to Trinidad and Tobago. Dr. Subramanian, sorry, my apologies. Yes, thank you very much. Dr. Jai Shankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, Mr. Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, and other members of the delegation of the Republic of India, all other specially invited guests, members of the media and the viewing public, good morning, and welcome to the President's House. We are all gathered here to recognize and acknowledge someone who has distinguished himself as a global statesman, from whose leadership Trinidad and Tobago has benefited tremendously. I am Major Nigel Paris, aide-de-camp to Her Excellency, in keeping with their Excellencies' focus on empowering young people. Mr. Rajiv Ramkisoon from the Shiva Boys Hindu College will be reading the biography of our honored awardee. Ladies and gentlemen, Her Excellency the President will now hold an investiture at which will be presented to a recipient the insignia of a national award made by the President on the advice of the Honorable Prime Minister. The Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago may be awarded to any person, citizen as well as non-citizen, who has rendered distinguished and outstanding service to Trinidad and Tobago. Today, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is being awarded to the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, in the sphere of global statesmanship, bilateral and diplomatic relations.
The Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, has been Prime Minister since 2014 and is now in his third consecutive term of office. This is his second visit to Trinidad and Tobago, but his first as Prime Minister. Shri Modi was born on 17 September 1950 in a small town in Gujarat, India. His humble beginnings not only taught him the value of hard work, but also exposed him to the suffering that is experienced by the impoverished, a lot of which is avoidable. Prime Minister Modi is well known internationally for his development-oriented style of governance, inspired by the motto of Sabka Saath, Sabka Vikas, and Sabka Vishwas. The support of everyone, development for everyone, the trust of everyone. His government has worked to provide basic necessities and poverty alleviation initiatives to all citizens of the country through various programs aimed at the holistic well-being of the poor and marginalized in society. These include houses being built, water connections being given, opening of bank accounts, direct benefit transfer to farmers, and free gas connections being made. India is home to the world's largest healthcare program, Ayushman Bharat, and Prime Minister Modi is also a global leader on issues of climate change and environmental conservation. Prime Minister Modi has spoken of the strong links that exist between freedom fighters and our own independence leaders. His visit coincides with our celebration this year of the 180th anniversary of the arrival of Indian indentured laborers in Trinidad and Tobago. The relationship between India and its diaspora in the Caribbean has been strengthened under the leadership of Prime Minister Modi at both bilateral and multilateral levels. His leadership has also resulted in deepened relations between India and CARICOM. During the first CARICOM India Summit, a $1 million grant to each CARICOM member states, including Trinidad and Tobago, was implemented through a project titled Bringing High and Low Technology, HALT, in COVID via the Pan-American Health Organization, PAHO. The project provided 8 mobile healthcare robots, a telemedicine system, hand hygiene stations, and other COVID-related accessories. Further, in 2021, the country received its first batch of COVID-19 vaccines from the Government of India. Which donated 40,000 doses to our nation. India has also established a $150 million line of credit for solar renewable energy and climate change related projects. Prime Minister Modi's clarion call for marking a day as International Day of Yoga received an overwhelming response at the United Nations. A total of 177 nations, including Trinidad and Tobago, co-sponsored the resolution to declare 21st June as International Day of Yoga at the UN. This has resulted in many citizens of Trinidad and Tobago benefiting from yoga classes through the Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Cultural Cooperation. Prime Minister Modi has received several international and regional awards and has been conferred various honors from numerous countries internationally and regionally. Regionally, he has received the Order of Excellence of Guyana, the Dominica Award of Honor, and the Honorary Order of Freedom of Barbados. In light of his exemplary service and invaluable contributions to advancing the bilateral relationship between India and the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago is now being awarded to the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. This award serves as a demonstration of the nation's gratitude for his outstanding contribution to the development of Trinidad and Tobago and its people.
Now, in presenting the award, I now invite to the stage the Honorable Chief Justice and Mrs. Archie. The Honorable Prime Minister, and their Excellencies. I now invite the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to receive the award. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you, Your Excellencies. Thank you as well, Honorable Prime Minister, and thank you, Chief Justice and Mrs. Archie. I now invite the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to address us.
Namaskar. Good morning to everybody. राष्ट्रपति क्रिस्टीन कंगालू जी, प्रधानमंत्री कमला प्रसाद बिसेसर जी, विशिष्ट अतिथिगण, सर्वोच्च राष्ट्रीय सम्मान द ऑर्डर ऑफ द रिपब्लिक ऑफ ट्रिनिडाड एंड टोबैगो से सम्मानित किए जाने पर मैं आपका, आपकी सरकार का और आपके लोगों का हृदय से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूँ। ये सम्मान हमारे दोनों देशों की शाश्वत और गहन मित्रता का प्रतीक है। मैं इस सम्मान को 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से एक साझा गौरव के रूप में स्वीकार करता हूं।
Namaskar, good morning to everyone. President Christine Kangalu ji, Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesar ji, and distinguished guests. I express my heartfelt gratitude to you, your government, and the people of Trinidad and Tobago for conferring upon me your nation's highest honor, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. This honor is a symbol of the deep and eternal friendship between our two countries. I accept this award on behalf of the people of India, as it is a matter of collective pride for all 1.4 billion Indians.
फ्रेंड्स, इस सम्मान का पहली बार किसी फॉरेन लीडर को दिए जाना हमारे विशेष संबंधों की गहराई को दर्शाता है। यह संबंध हमारे साझा इतिहास और सांस्कृतिक धरोहर पर आधारित है। 180 साल पहले भारत से जो लोग यहाँ आए थे, उन्होंने हमारी मित्रता की नींव रखी थी। भले ही उनके हाथ खाली थे, किंतु उनके मन भारतीय सभ्यता, संस्कृति और विविधता से समृद्ध थे। उन्होंने आपसी सौहार्द और सद्भाव के जो बीज बोए थे, वे आज त्रिनिदाद और टोबैगो के प्रति, उनकी प्रगति के प्रति और समृद्धि के रूप में साकार हो रहे हैं।
Friends, this award is being conferred on a foreign leader for the very first time, and this reflects the exceptional depth of our special relationship. The ties between India and Trinidad and Tobago are rooted in our shared history and cultural heritage. It was 180 years ago that the people from India, for the very first time, came to these shores, laying the foundations of our everlasting friendship. Though their hands were empty, their hearts were full, enriched with the values, traditions, cultural diversity of the Indian civilization. The seeds of harmony and goodwill they sowed have today blossomed into the progress and prosperity of Trinidad and Tobago.
यह बहुत गर्व का विषय है कि भारतीय समुदाय द्वारा हमारी साझी परंपरा, संस्कृति और रीति रिवाजों को आज भी संजो के रखा है। राष्ट्रपति कंगालू जी और प्रधानमंत्री कमला जी इस समुदाय की सबसे बड़ी ब्रांड एम्बेसडर्स हैं। दोनों देशों के बीच सांस्कृतिक मेलजोल कदम कदम पर दिखाई देता है। फ्रेंड्स, राष्ट्रपति कंगालू जी के पूर्वज संत तिरुवल्लुवर जी की धरती तमिलनाडु से थे। हजारों वर्ष पहले संत तिरुवल्लुवर ने कहा था, पड़ई कुड़ी कुड़मैचु नटपरन आड़ू उड़ेयान अरसरुड़ एरू, यानी मजबूत देशों के पास 6 चीजें होनी चाहिए। एक, वीर सेना, देशभक्त नागरिक, संसाधन, अच्छे जनप्रतिनिधि, मजबूत डिफेंस और ऐसे मित्र देश जो हमेशा साथ खड़े रहे। त्रिनिदाद और टोबैगो भारत के लिए वैसा ही मित्र देश है।
It is a matter of great pride that the Indian community here continues to preserve our shared traditions, culture, and customs with such care and devotion. President Kangaluji and Prime Minister Kamlaji are the biggest brand ambassadors of this community. Cultural connections between our two nations are visible in every nook and corner. Friends, President Kangaluji's ancestors hail from Tamil Nadu, the land of Saint Tiruvalluvar. Thousands of years ago, Saint Tiruvalluvar said, Padai, Kudi, Kul, Amaichu, Natparan, Aram, Udayan Ar Saruir. That is, a strong nation possesses 6 qualities: a brave army, patriotic citizens, good resources, good leadership, a strong defense, and reliable, friendly countries who always stand by them. Trinidad and Tobago is such a friend for India.
हमारे संबंधों में क्रिकेट का रोमांच भी है और ट्रिनिडाद पीपर का तड़का भी है। जब कैलिप्सो की धुन तबले की ताल से मिलती है, तब हमारे संबंध और मधुर हो उठते हैं। दो संस्कृतियों के बीच गहरा सद्भाव हमारे संबंधों की बहुत बड़ी ताकत है।
Our relationship carries the excitement of cricket and the flavor of Trinidad pepper. When the rhythms of the calypso meet the treats of the tabla, our relationship becomes an exquisite symphony. The deep cultural connect between our two peoples is one of the greatest strengths of our partnership.
Friends, मैं इस सम्मान को हमारे संबंधों के लिए एक जिम्मेदारी के रूप में भी देखता हूं। एक करीबी और विश्वसनीय पार्टनर के रूप में हम त्रिनिदाद और टोबैगो के लोगों की स्किल डेवलपमेंट और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग पर बल देते रहे हैं। भारत के लिए त्रिनिदाद और टोबैगो कैरिकॉम ही नहीं, बल्कि पूरे विश्व में महत्वपूर्ण पार्टनर है। हमारा सहयोग पूरे ग्लोबल साउथ के लिए महत्वपूर्ण है। दो वाइब्रेंट डेमोक्रेसीज के रूप में हम मिलकर दोनों देशों के लोगों के साथ साथ पूरी मानवता की भलाई के लिए काम करते रहेंगे।
Friends, I also see this honor as a responsibility to further strengthen our relationship. As a close friend and trusted partner, India has always focused on capacity building and skill development for the people of Trinidad and Tobago. For India, Trinidad and Tobago is not just an important partner in CARICOM, but also a very vital global partner. Our partnership holds great significance for the entire global South. As two vibrant democracies, we will continue to work together for the well-being of not just our own people, but also for the greater good of humanity.
एक्सेलेंसी, एक बार फिर इस सम्मान के लिए मैं 140 करोड़ भारतवासियों की ओर से बहुत बहुत आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। यह सम्मान हमें हर क्षेत्र में नई ऊंचाइयां हासिल करने के लिए प्रेरित करता रहेगा। आप सबका बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Excellency, once again, on behalf of 1.4 billion people of India, I express my deepest gratitude for this honor. This honor will inspire us to continuously scale new heights in every facet of our relationship. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Prime Minister. I now invite Her Excellency to address the gathering.
Thank you. Please be seated. The Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, the Honorable Chief Justice, Mr. Justice Ivor Archie, ORTT, Chief Justice of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, and Mrs. Denise Rodriguez Archie, Senator the Honorable Wade Mark, President of the Senate, and Mrs. Ramkisoon Mark. The Honorable Jagdev Singh, Speaker of the House of Representatives, and Mrs. Bibi Aruna Mohammed. Members of the Cabinet of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Mrs. Faith Brebno, Deputy Chief Secretary, Tobago House of Assembly, Ministers of State, the Honorable Penelope Beckles Robinson, Leader of the Opposition, and Mr. Noel Robinson, heads of diplomatic missions accredited to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, Dr. Jai Sankar, External Affairs Minister, Shri Vikram Misri, Foreign Secretary, Dr. Nina Malhotra, Secretary, South, and other members of the delegation from the Republic of India, all other specially invited guests, members of the media, Sitaram, Namaste, Jai Shri Ram. I was supposed to have been in India in January of this year. Heaven had smiled on me and blessed me with the incredible honor of being the chief guest at the Republic of India's 18th Pravasi Bharatiya Divas Convention. I wasn't able to attend. Circumstances conspired and made it impossible for me to do so. I was extremely disappointed, and I confess that I have been carrying something of a residual sadness about it since then. Forgive me for breaking from formality for just a moment and to say, as we Trinbagonians might put it, that I think that I have been nursing a serious tabanka over it. Yesterday, with the arrival in Trinidad and Tobago of the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, all of that residual sadness left me. A feeling of tremendous joy overcame me and filled my heart. And I know that all of us feel the same way. Shri Narendra Modi ji's visit has made the hearts of all of Trinidad and Tobago immensely glad. Trinidad and Tobago is immensely glad to have been able to bestow upon you, sir, our nation's highest honor, in recognition of the tremendous work that you have done with our nation over the years, and for the kindness and the generosity which you have always shown to our country, and indeed our region. Your kindness and generosity to the people of Trinidad and Tobago are legendary. They have been shown time and time again, including, as we have heard, during the crisis of the COVID-19 pandemic, when 40,000 doses of COVID-19 vaccines arrived in Trinidad and Tobago as a result of your personal intervention and action. That act of kindness only further strengthened the long-standing relationship between the governments and people of both of our countries. Today, by means of the award that you have received, and always by reason of the indestructible bond between our countries, the hearts of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, the hearts that you have made so glad by your visit, are joined once again with the hearts of the people of India. Although this your second stay with us is short, we hope that you will find it as rewarding and as enjoyable as we have found it to host you. We look forward to your third visit, which we hope can be soon, and which we hope can be longer. On behalf of the people of Trinidad and Tobago, we say congratulations and thank you. May God bless and keep you. Sitaram, Namaste, Jai Shri Ram.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to the end of the investiture. On behalf of their Excellencies, Thank you for sharing in this special occasion. Please remain standing as we observe the departure of their excellencies. Departing also will be the Honorable Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Prime Minister of India, and the Honorable Chief Justice. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Please enjoy the rest of your day.
And there you have it. You are now equally correct saying Shri Narendra Modi Ji or Shri Narendra Modi ORTT. The Prime Minister of India has been conferred with our nation's highest honor. Now, some will no doubt underline the significance of the ORTT replacing the Trinity Cross in 2008 and the rationale for that taking place. Now, aide de camp to Her Excellency the President Nigel Paris, he informed that Prime Minister Modi received the award in the sphere of global statesmanship and bilateral efforts. We'll also say kudos to the representative from Shiva Boys who would have read the citation, continuing a precedent that we would have seen in the last National Awards ceremony where we had members or representatives of schools playing a more engaged or having a more engaged part to play in the National Awards ceremony. Now, this means that there is only the possibility of 4 ORTTs being distributed later in the year, since there's only a maximum of 5 such awards that are given in any one year. And we also saw our President Christine Carla Kangaloo ORTT mixing formality and local parlance with Trinidad and Tobago in her address after the Prime Minister of India would have received his national award. Now, later in the day, in the not too distant future, we will have the Prime Minister Modi's visit to Parliament. There will be a joint assembly at the House of Representatives chamber. There will be bilateral talks which will take place specifically in the Max Richards Diplomatic Reception Lounge. There's an exchange of bilateral agreements. This will take place in the Rotunda. And outside of the building, there will be a tree planting ceremony. So we look forward to that and much more on TTT Limited. We provide you with some more content, some more programming, while Prime Minister Modi and the rest of the cabinet make their way to the Parliament. But stay with us because we will be back with more. Welcome back as we bring you events unfolding in the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi's official visit to Trinidad and Tobago. We are now seeing individuals getting into the Parliament. We have a shot of Penelope Beckles-Robinson, leader of the opposition. And the meticulous planning of these events highlights the importance placed on this visit by both nations. Now, every detail, down to the order of procession to the seating arrangements, is designed to reflect respect and diplomatic protocol. We would have already heard about the circle of diplomacy yesterday. Now, some of the things that we would have seen thus far for the day, we had the reading of a citation detailing the distinguished and outstanding service for which Prime Minister Modi was recognized. And then we had addresses by both Prime Minister Modi and our President. We're now seeing some of the pomp and splendor that we have grown accustomed to from our armed services, from our defense force, and this is actually what we'll be seeing is an armed guard or guard of honor. I've been told that this is a quarter guard, different from the half guard yesterday. And this is at the Abercrombie Street courtyard of the Red House, while we are getting ready for the arrival of Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. After the address, we had guests being invited to stand for the departure. Well, we actually take you to some of this at this point in time.
Move to the right. Entrance. Right. Left. 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 Right. Left. 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 Right. Left. Right. Left. Right. Left.
Historical significance for Trinidad and Tobago, housing both the Senate and the House of Representatives. And in a manner similar to earlier this morning when President's House, or the space where Prime Minister Modi would have received the order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, it is quite possible that they'll almost be standing room only, as individuals would want to have counted themselves in attendance for an event of this magnitude. And the Red House, as some of our viewers might know, has a rich, sometimes tumultuous history, having been rebuilt after a fire in 1903. We have some government ministers approaching. We have Ministers Padarath and John, Minister of Utilities and Minister of Works and Infrastructure, respectively. We also have Minister Devesh Maharaj, Minister of Justice and Minister in the Office of the Attorney General. We have Anil Roberts, Minister in the Ministry of Housing. We also have President of the Senate, Wade Mark, who we would have seen earlier at President's House. Minister of Agriculture, Lands and Fisheries, Ravi Ratiram. Wayne Sturge, Minister of Defense. Minister of Education, Dr. Michael Dowlatt. Eli Zakur. We had Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs. Minister Zakur being Minister of Transport and Civil Aviation. We have the guard of honor, this quarter guard, returning to the courtyard. We saw David Lee, Minister of Housing, Minister of Culture and Community Development, Michelle Benjamin, all making their way inside. Minister of Rural Development and Local Government, Khadija Amin, Minister of the People, Social Development and Family Services, Vandana Mohit, just so the Minister of Energy and Energy Industries, Minister Rudal Munilal, Parliamentary Secretary, the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, and Paul Sec in the Office of the Prime Minister, Nicholas Morris. Listing the ministers as they pass or they walk in front of our view or gaze. We should also let you know that our Prime Minister, the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa SC, is already in Parliament, so she would have been leading from the front.
Full exercises, treasure time. As you stand up. Yes. Go on. Shut. Not perfectly still. But I got this form up and make your instructions still.
Quarter guard. Side base in. One base. Left close. March.
There we have Speaker of the House Jagdeep Singh and President of the Senate Wade Mark, letting you know that when Prime Minister Modi arrives at the Abercrombie Street courtyard, he will be welcomed by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House that we are seeing, and will be saluted by the quarter guard. Hence the reason they are there, awaiting the presence of Prime Minister Modi. Now, this ceremonial welcome with the guard of honor is a mark of immense respect and signifies the importance of Prime Minister Modi's visit to the legislative body. Now, it is a formal recognition of the strong diplomatic ties between the two countries. And those sounds we're hearing mean that the Speaker of the House, the President of the Senate, we're also seeing Shanta. So we're seeing that Prime Minister Modi, his motorcade, and he himself have arrived. It is a red carpet reception, courtyard guard of honor with 12 military officers in the courtyard, being greeted by the President of the Senate, Wade Mark. Now the Speaker of the House, Jagmeet Singh.
General salute! Present! Otagon! Shoulder!
Now, there was not an installed saluting dais, but the existing infrastructure at the courtyard allowed for that elevated positioning. And Prime Minister Modi is now being escorted to the A&R Robinson Diplomatic Room by the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House. Now, following this, he will be escorted to the chamber. So definitely looking at the different ways that the circle of diplomacy get to function, even looking at some of the idiosyncrasies between one guard and the other in tone of voice, the inflection. So, we are inside the chamber at this point in time, definitely giving you the best seats in the House. And the President of the Senate and the Speaker of the House, they were waiting, and they will be waiting on the dais. Following that, we will hear the playing of the national anthems, first of India, followed by the national anthem of Trinidad and Tobago. So definitely that is something that we are looking forward to. But even looking at how each part of stakeholders involved hold the line. This is where we have the saying, all hands on deck, looking at the defense arms of the defense force, that arm, in addition to the diplomatic corps and the roles, different roles and functions that they are expected to perform. And we're very happy to bring it to you live, this coverage of the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India to Trinidad and Tobago, and even listening to the list of salutations as shared by our President. We see that we have Deputy Chief Secretary of the Tobago House of Assembly as well, Dr. Faith Brebner, in addition to the individuals that we would have mentioned their names with them walking in. Once again, the Prime Minister of Trinidad and Tobago, Honorable Kamla Persad-Bissessar, she would have gone in before we started bringing these visuals to you, so she is also in attendance. And we're looking forward to see what next is there, because while there will be joint assembly, we are going to be having an address by Prime Minister Modi. We will see how long that takes. We will also see the speaker. That we will have the opportunity to see MOUs exchange, understanding, and we're very curious to see what areas will be addressed, what lines will be taken, because these will be indications for points of emphasis, whether or not they will be undergirding or underlying the policies that by this administration, saying these are the things that they want to focus on, these are the things that they are going to invest in the benefit of all of us here in Trinidad and Tobago. And following that, we have the planting of trees. And even the types of trees are some things that we will speak about. What types of trees there are, the significance that they have, whether or not they are physical or also deeply symbolic in terms of a spiritual nature. And it seems as though some of these plants will also be distributed. So we will be getting that and sharing with you as the day's events unfold before our very eyes, and we are here to observe it with you at this point in time. So this is where the tree planting ceremony will be taking place a little later, and it is very close to the eternal flame. So just making that space, so the entire Red House is one that is full of symbolism, but even more so, it's on the opposite side of the eternal flame, the western end. So we will be seeing what the exact address to the Joint Assembly will look like. And undoubtedly, it's a key highlight of the visit. Some of the things that Prime Minister Modi may touch on would be following or doubling down upon shared democratic values, commonalities in our history and the culture. Once again, speaking to economic cooperation. There may even be a nod speaking to global challenges and the way that we can address them by facing each other and building bridges in terms of looking at the global south as a geographic space as well as an ideological space, as posited by Dr. Sherian Singh yesterday. What we do, we take a short break. When we return, we have more of this live coverage for you. It is the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to Trinidad and Tobago. Prime Minister Modi has been welcomed to Parliament, the seat of democracy in Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, at this point in time, we can only forecast what will be spoken about in this joint address, or this address to the Joint Assembly, but definitely it should provide an opportunity to directly engage with the legislative body and reiterate India's commitment to strengthening ties with Trinidad and Tobago, which has been a recurring point made during day one and the beginning of this second day that we are now looking at. And this exchange of addresses definitely allows both leaders to articulate their shared vision and reaffirm their commitment to mutual growth and prosperity. We see Prime Minister Modi being escorted on one side by the President of the Senate, Wade Mark, on the other side, Speaker of the House of Representatives, Jagdeo Singh.
The Honorable Jagdeo Singh, Member of Parliament, Speaker of the House of Representatives. The Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. The Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa SC, MP, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. members of Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, members of the Diplomatic Corps, distinguished guests, members of the media. As President of the Senate, it is a distinct privilege to welcome you all to this joint assembly of the Parliament of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. We have convened this Parliament to receive a most distinguished guest, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India. Prime Minister, your presence today powerfully reflects the enduring friendship between Trinidad and Tobago and India, built on shared heritage, cultural bonds, and a mutual commitment to democracy. Both our nations are proud parliamentary democracies, shaped by vibrant, diverse societies and institutions that give voice to the will of the people. It is in our respective houses, Trinidad and Tobago House of Representatives and the Senate, and the India's Lok Sabha and Rajya Sabha, that our democratic values are continuously upheld. Our history of parliamentary engagement is long and meaningful. I recall with pride the 2012 visit of the Honorable Meera Kumar, Speaker of the Lok Sabha, for the Commonwealth Speakers Conference, and my own reciprocal visit to India later that year. These exchanges have reaffirmed our dedication to dialogue, mutual learning, and inter-parliamentary cooperation. On behalf of all members of Parliament and the people of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend to you, Honorable Prime Minister, a warm and heartfelt welcome. Welcome.
Honorable members of the Joint Assembly, I stand today in this distinguished and august chamber before a powerful symbol of the enduring and lasting friendship of our two nations. Honorable Prime Minister, the Speaker's chair was gifted to this Parliament by the Government of India in 1968. The seemingly simple gift of this chair honors the deep-rooted ties between our two nations, and these exchanges serve to reaffirm our shared commitment to institutional dialogue and the enduring value of interparliamentary cooperation. I therefore with the utmost privilege and profound pride, now invite you, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, to address this joint assembly.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesar ji, Honorable President of the Senate, Mr. Wade Mark, Honorable Speaker, Mr. Jagdev Singh, Honorable Ministers, distinguished members of Parliament, Namaskar, Suprabhat, good morning. I am deeply honored to stand before you, the elected representatives of a proud democracy and a friendly nation. I bring greetings from 1.4 billion people of India. I also bring warm wishes from the people of Ghana, the country I visited just before arriving here. I am humbled to be the first Indian Prime Minister to speak to you in this iconic Red House. This historic red building has seen struggles and sacrifices of the people of Trinidad and Tobago for freedom and dignity. Over the past 6 decades, it has stood strong as you built a just, inclusive, and prosperous democracy. Friends, the people of this great nation have chosen two remarkable women leaders, the President and the Prime Minister. They proudly call themselves daughter of the Indian diaspora. They take pride in their Indian heritage. In India, we admire their leadership, grit, and determination. They are living symbols of the relationship between our countries, built on shared roots and shared dreams. Distinguished members, both our nations rose from the shadows of colonial rule to write our own stories with courage as our ink and democracy as our pen. Today, both our nations stand as proud democracies and pillars of strength in the modern world. A couple of months ago, you celebrated the festival of democracy by participating in elections. I congratulate the people of this country for their wisdom and vision for peace, stability, and prosperity. I also congratulate the newly elected members of this august House. I extend special greetings to Prime Minister Kamalaji for forming the government once again. And I wish her continued success as she leads this great nation towards sustained growth and prosperity. Friends, when I look at the golden words of the Speaker's chair from the people of India to the people of Trinidad and Tobago, I feel a deep sense of emotion. That chair is not just a piece of furniture, but a powerful symbol of the friendship and trust between our two nations. The words expresses the bond that one democracy feels for another. आप सभी जानते हैं, भारतीयों के लिए डेमोक्रेसी सिर्फ एक पॉलिटिकल मॉडल भर नहीं है, हमारे लिए ये वे ऑफ लाइफ है, हमारी हजारों वर्षों की महान विरासत है। इस संसद में भी कई साथी ऐसे हैं जिनके पूर्वज बिहार से हैं, वो बिहार जो महाजनपदों यानी एंशियंट रिपब्लिक्स की भूमि है। इन इंडिया, democracy is not just a political system. For us, it is a way of life. Your parliament also has some members whose forefathers were from the Indian state of Bihar, which is famous for centers like Vaishali. Friends, there is a natural warmth in the connection between our two countries. I must say, Indians are among the most passionate fans of the West Indies cricket team. We cheer for them with all our heart, except when they are playing against India. The relationship between our two countries is based on the foundation of centuries-old bonds. 180 years ago, the first Indians arrived on this land after a long and hard journey. Oceans away, the Indian beats blended beautifully with the Caribbean rhythm. Here, Bhojpuri found harmony with Creole. Dal pudi met doubles, and tabla met the steel pan. Today, the people of Indian origin are proud bearers of the red, black, and white flag. From politics to poetry, cricket to commerce, calypso to chutney, they contribute to every field. They are an integral part of the vibrant diversity that you all respect. Together, you have built a nation that lives its motto, together we aspire, together we achieve. Friends, earlier today, Her Excellency, the President, graciously conferred upon me this country's highest national award. I accept it with humility on behalf of 1.4 billion Indians. Now, with immense gratitude, I dedicate it to the enduring friendship and the ancestral ties between our two nations. I'm delighted to so many women members in this House. Respect for women is deeply rooted in Indian culture. One of our important holy texts, the Skanda Purana, says, Dasaputro sama kanya, Dasaputran pravardhayan, Yat phalam labhate mratyam, Tat labhyam kanya ekaya. It means one daughter brings as much happiness as 10 sons. We are strengthening the hands of women to build a modern India. From space to sports, startups to science, education to enterprise, aviation to armed forces, they are leading India to a new future in various domains. Like you, we have are women who rose from humble beginnings to become our president. Two years ago, the Indian Parliament took a historic step, which decided to ensure a 33% reservation for women in Parliament and state assemblies. This assurance that is the coming generations, more and more women will decide the destiny and direction of the nation. Women leaders are also thriving at the grassroots in India. Around 1.5 million elected women power local governor institutions. We are in an era of women-led development. This was also one of the important themes that we furthered during our G20 presidency. हम भारत में विमेन लेड डेवलपमेंट का एक नया मॉडल विकसित कर रहे हैं। अपनी G20 प्रेसिडेंसी के दौरान भी इस मॉडल की सफलता को हमने पूरी दुनिया के सामने रखा है। Distinguished members, today India is the fastest growing major economy in the world. Every sector, every region, and every society is part of this growth story. India's growth is inclusive and people-centric. A recent report of the International Labour Organization notes that India's social security and welfare umbrella covers 950 million people. That is almost 1 billion people, which is a greater population than most countries in the world. Our vision for such inclusive growth does not stop at our borders. We see our development also as a responsibility towards others, and our priority will always be the global South. With the same spirit, we are deepening our relations with Trinidad and Tobago. Our trade will continue to grow. We will encourage our businesses to invest more in this country. Our development partnership will expand. Training capacity, building, and skill development will keep human development as its center. Health has been and will remain a key part of our partnership. Many Indian doctors and healthcare workers have been serving here with distinction. We are glad that you have decided to recognize Indian medical standards. This will ensure access to high-quality, affordable medicine for all. We also welcome your decision to adopt the UPI, digital payment system. It is a major step forward. UPI has revolutionized digital payments in India. Powered by the platform, India has become the nation with the highest number of real-time digital payments in the world. Today, in India, even the mango sellers have QR code. If you try to pay them in cash, they will ask you to use UPI because they don't have the change. We are also keen to collaborate on other digital innovations. As India develops AI tools to foster growth and development in the global South, Trinidad and Tobago will be a priority nation for us. We will share our expertise in agriculture, horticulture, and food processing. Machinery from India will support your agro industry. And because development is about dignity, we will organize an artificial limb fitment camp and differently able citizens here. For us, there are no limits to our cooperation with you. We We will always be guided by your needs and priorities. Friends, synergy between our nations holds immense promise. As a key player in the Caribbean and bridge to Latin America, Trinidad and Tobago has a great potential. I am sure that our ties will help us forge a stronger connection with the wider region, building on the momentum of the second India-CARICOM summit. We are eager to collaborate on initiatives that enhance trade and investment, build infrastructure and mobility, implement community development projects, and above all, support capacity building, training and skill development on a large scale. Friends, I also see our partnership in a larger global framework. The scale and speed of change in the world is unprecedented. There are fundamental shifts in the nature of politics and power. Free trade is under pressure. There are growing global divisions, disputes, and disparities. The world is faced with challenges of climate change, food, health, and energy security. Terrorism remains a pressing threat. Colonial rules of the past may have ended, but their shadows linger in new forms. There are new challenges in space and cybersecurity. Artificial intelligence is unlocking the new opportunities as well as risk. The old institutions are struggling to deliver peace and progress. At the same time, the global south is rising. They wish to see a new and fairer world order. When the United Nations turned 75, there was great hope across the developing world. A hope that long-pending reforms would be realized, that their voices would finally be heard. But that hope has turned into disappointment. The voice of the developing world remains on the margins. India has always tried to bridge this gap. For India, Mahasagar, mutual and holistic advancement for society and growth across regions is the guiding vision for the global south. Whenever we got the opportunity, we have given voice to the global south. During our G20 presidency, we brought the concerns of the global south to the center of global decision making. During the pandemic, while caring for our 1.4 billion people, India provided vaccine and medicines to over 150 countries. In times of disaster, we have responded swiftly with aid, relief, and solidarity. Our development partnerships are demand-driven respectful, and without conditions. Distinguished members, it is time for us to work together to give the Global South its rightful seat at the right table. To ensure climate justice so that the burden does not fall on those who have contributed the least to the climate crisis. We consider Trinidad and Tobago an important partner in this endeavor. Friends, our two countries may differ in size and geography, but we are deeply aligned in our values. We are proud democracies. We believe in dialogue, sovereignty, multilateralism, and human dignity. In these times of conflicts, we must remain true to those values. Terrorism is the enemy of humanity. This very Red House has itself witnessed the wounds of terror and the loss of innocent blood. We must stand united to deny terrorism any shelter or space. We thank the people and the government of this country for standing with us in our fight against terrorism. Friends, our forefathers struggled, sacrificed, and had dreams of better lives for future generations. Both India and Trinidad Tobago have come a long way on the journey to the future we have promised our people. But we still have a lot to do by ourselves and together. All of you, as members of the Parliament, have a vital role in shaping that future. From Ayodhya to Arima, from the Ghats of Ganga to the Gulf of Paria, may our bonds grow ever deeper and our dreams ever higher. With these thoughts, I thank you once again for this honor. As you say here, with grace and pride, respect due. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Honorable members of this joint assembly, I now call upon the Honorable Mrs. Kamla Prasad Bisesa of Senior Council, Member of Parliament, and Prime Minister to deliver expressions of thanks on behalf of all parliamentarians here assembled.
Honorable Speaker of the House, Honorable President of the Senate, Your Excellency Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi ji, and the Indian delegation who have joined us in this very august chamber, we say welcome. Excellency Dr. Jaishankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, Your Excellency Mr. Pradeep Singh, High Commissioner for the Republic of India to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, honorable members of Parliament, esteemed members of the delegations, our very distinguished guests, and indeed members of the media, I say good morning to each and every one of you. Before I speak of the present, allow me to honor the past quickly and quietly etched into the heart of this, the seat of our democracy, the House of Representatives. I say to you all, welcome to Bhawan, the People's House, all of you. Honorable Prime Minister Modi is seated in a chair, as you pointed out, Mr. Speaker, gifted to Trinidad and Tobago in 1968, only a few years after our independence. And that description that Honorable Prime Minister referred to, I would like to repeat, because it's a very important description. It says, from the people of India to the people of Trinidad and Tobago. So more than just furniture, that chair is a living symbol of our shared values, the supremacy of the rule of law, the sanctity of democracy, and the enduring belief that dialogue, not division, must guide us. Today, as we welcome His Excellency Prime Minister of India, a leader who is shaped by service, vision, a very charismatic leader, I think that chair stands as a silent witness to how far we have journeyed together and how much further we can go together. Honorable Prime Minister Modi reminded us that this year, 2025, marks 180 years since the first indented laborers arrived on Nelson Island. They crossed the dark waters with little or nothing, but they had courage and they had resilience. Theirs is but one thread in our national tapestry, woven alongside the sons and daughters of other nations whose children were also brought to our shores. Together, we have built Trinidad and Tobago. And nowhere is that shared legacy more vividly reflected than in this House or Parliament, the living symbol of our diverse democratic journey. So it is fitting that we welcome here today Prime Minister Modi, a leader of the world's largest democracy, a statesman whose story mirrors the hopes of ordinary people. And in these chambers, the voices of our ancestors echo, and it is here through unity and principled dialogue that we carry their legacy forward. Earlier today, as mentioned, we had the distinct honor of conferring our country's highest national award, the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. And Prime Minister Modi is recognized internationally as one of the world's most respected, most admired, visionary leaders who has transformed and redefined and repositioned his own country as a prominent and dominant global power. And indeed, we, the people of Trinidad and Tobago, and the government of Trinidad and Tobago, express our heartfelt gratitude for India's very compassionate humanitarian gift of vaccines and medical supplies during the COVID-19 pandemic. And I want us to remember that when some countries were hoarding their medical supplies and their vaccines, it was Sri Modi ji who ensured that even the smallest and most vulnerable countries, including Trinidad and Tobago, received these vaccines as a gift. At that moment in time, India again proved to us that India was a trusted friend and a reliable partner. So, today, India and Trinidad and Tobago stand uniquely poised. India as the world's most populous nation and in the top 4 in terms of their economy. On the side of the world, Trinidad and Tobago stands as the Eastern Caribbean's largest economy, and we see it as a gateway to CARICOM and a gateway to Latin America. Both our democracies are diverse, democracies committed to inclusion, committed to education, committed to progress. Our theme, 2 nations with historical bonds, but with a shared future. This, therefore, is a call for purposeful action. Some of us may know that bilateral trade between Trinidad and Tobago and India reached a record TT $1.2 billion, US $368.96 million in the last fiscal year. Trinidad and Tobago exports to India energy products, including ammonia, LNG, methanol, whilst on the other hand we import from India pharmaceuticals, textiles, and industrial goods. As we look ahead from today, as we move ahead, we aim to expand our exports, Honorable Prime Minister, to tap into India's 1.4 billion population. And that is 1.4 billion consumers. We are also pursuing a partial scope trade agreement. The first it would be from a CARICOM country, and we are laying the foundation for a new bilateral investment treaty. Honorable Prime Minister, India's status as the world's pharmacy is well established, with institutions like Serum Institute and CIPLA saving lives globally. If I may be personal a minute, just this morning I had a course to use CIPLA, imported from India. So we welcome our agreements. So we want to partner with Indian pharmaceutical leaders to establish local drug manufacturing facilities, biotech parks, telemedicine networks, and so enhance health resilience and create high-quality jobs in Trinidad and Tobago. India has also pledged support for, amongst other initiatives, a Jaipur foot camp, dialysis units, sea ambulances, most vital for our Sea Bridge, Trinidad and Tobago, sea ambulances. And these initiatives will directly benefit both Trinidad and Tobago. Energy remains central to both our economies. We are in discussions with Indian companies to participate in various energy-related projects here in Trinidad and Tobago. And we are proud to join India-led initiatives such as the Global Biofuels Alliance, Biofuels Alliance, and we thank Prime Minister Modi for presenting Trinidad and Tobago, gifting to us a solar rooftop system, a symbol of our shared commitment to sustainable energy. Honorable Prime Minister, Trinidad and Tobago is honored to adopt India's UPI system and collaborate on India stack tools such as Aadhaar and DigiLocker to modernize public service. And may I take this opportunity, Honourable Prime Minister, on behalf of the children of Trinidad and Tobago, to thank you for your gift of 2,000 laptops to the children. Together, it is our aim to position Trinidad and Tobago as a digital hub for the Americas and to empower a new generation of tech-savvy citizens here in our land. India continues to support our security efforts, which we know is a serious challenge for us, through their training under the ITEC program and through assistance in establishing here in Trinidad and Tobago a regional forensic science center. We also welcome India's offer of the Sashnet disaster alert system to strengthen our national emergency response. Yes, again, India continues to enrich our nation through scholarships, through training, through cultural exchanges. We are renewing academic chairs at the University of West Indies in the field of Ayurvedic medicine. We'll be expanding the Mahatma Gandhi Institute's reach and transforming Nelson Island into a cultural heritage site with digitized indentation mechanisms. As I close, I say this visit is more than just diplomacy. It marks the dawn of a renewed South-South partnership, grounded in shared history and grounded in forward-looking purpose. From cane fields we all came. We have come to digital frontiers. India and Trinidad and Tobago now walk as strategic partners. Here in this Parliament, we are reminded that our bond is built on mutual respect, enduring values, and above all, out of love and respect. Prime Minister Modi, we thank you for your presence. We thank you for your vision. We thank you for your steadfast commitment to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and to the people of our region. Your honored presence reaffirms our shared commitment to unity, to innovation, and to peace. I say long live the friendship between Trinidad and Tobago and India. And I take this moment, sir, to thank all of you who have come to our shores. And we bid you to come again and to stay for longer. To all of you who have contributed to making Prime Minister Modi's visit to Trinidad and Tobago the resounding success that it has been, we say thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Madam Chair.
So we have seen addresses from Prime Minister Sri Narendra Modi of India, as well as Kamla Persad-Bissessar of Trinidad and Tobago, our Prime Minister. And Prime Minister Modi hit many points in his address that found favor with and desk-thumping fervor with the members of the collective that he would have addressed jointly. From our motto to calling place names, looking at the fact that Trinidad and Tobago will be a priority nation, his words from the Prime Minister of India. That's his declaration, coming as part of a broader vision to elevate Trinidad and Tobago as a key partner in India's Global South policy, something that he would have stated overtly, saying that India is ready to share its expertise, reiterating the point that there would have been a donation of COVID-19 vaccines. The first tranche that we would have received would have been from the government of India. He also announced the launch of a limb treatment camp in Trinidad and Tobago, providing prosthetic limbs and mobility aids to those in need, especially the differently abled. He is now being escorted out of the chamber. And there will be, so Prime Minister Modi has been escorted to the chamber. He is now being escorted to the Maxwell Richards, well, there's, yes, the rotunda, but he is being escorted from the chamber where he would have made his address, addressed to the joint collective, both MPs and senators, and he's going to be escorted to the Maxwell Richard room for bilateral discussions. Understandably, we will not be privy to those at this point in time, but from there, there will be MOU exchanges. We're being told that there's possibly a number of 5 MOUs that will be exchanged, memoranda of understanding. And from there, we will then see, well, we'll have the opportunity for those MOUs to be exchanged. But definitely, on his second day of this official visit to the beautiful Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, there's so much being done, including regards from Ghana, which would have been the first stop on Prime Minister Modi's whirlwind tour. 8 days, 5 countries, 5 jurisdictions is definitely nothing to sneeze at. Now, we would have had the Prime Minister being escorted, like I said, to the Maxwell Richards room for the bilateral discussions. And we've also seen government MPs departing the chamber for the rotunda. Many of them will go straight to the rotunda for the MOU exchange. And these bilateral discussions, some people might argue, this is where the real work of diplomacy takes place. We've been told that there are about 10 members per delegation, and these meetings will be closed door, delving into specific areas of cooperation. We've seen both Prime Ministers speak to areas that they hope to foster development and encourage this sort of bilateral relations, identifying concrete steps to advance the partnerships of the jurisdictions of India as well as Trinidad and Tobago. And we can expect discussions on trade, investment, technology transfer, potentially cultural exchange programs. We heard Prime Minister Kamla Persad-Bissessar speaking of the UPI system as well. So we are looking for those discussions, when they conclude, for us to have more to share with you at that point in time. So we have MPs getting ready for this position where we'll be able to take the official pictures at the rotunda. And all of this takes place before the tree planting ceremony. where we have members on various levels making sure that everything is where it is supposed to be while the bilateral discussions are taking place. One of the things that would have been proposed by Prime Minister Modi would have been a joint initiative to continue collaboration in agriculture, modernizing farming techniques, improving food security, introducing climate-resilient crops. Once again, he noted that India is ready to share its experience, or its expertise rather, and he would have even had the anecdote that sometimes even on the side of the road purchasing things like mangoes, a very common fruit, you'd have vendors using UPI as opposed to wanting to accept cash. But we continue with the coverage as events unfold. We take a short break. Stay with us. We return after this. And it has been a day of diplomacy and deepening ties. This the second day in the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Sri Narendra Modi to Trinidad and Tobago. And one of the things that we would have looked at is the exchange of addresses from both prime ministers, which allowed both leaders to articulate their shared vision and reaffirm their commitment to mutual growth and prosperity. Now, that joint assembly has concluded, which is why we're seeing members who would have been addressed previously, as well as others, taking their positions in the rotunda, where shortly we will see the President of the Senate and Speaker of the House escorting the Prime Minister Modi, that is, to the diplomatic room to sign the visitor's book. Always a lovely opportunity. And obviously some individuals are where they weren't supposed to be, so they're being guided rather to more advantageous positions, at least from the perception of the diplomatic corps and others who are tasked with such. And all of this is taking place on a very timed basis, in the sense that as soon as this is finished, we'd have Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa taking part in a tree planting ceremony. From there, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India once more goes back to the airport to depart our shores. And this is after having arrived on Thursday, July 3, second leg of a 5-nation tour. Also, having said that 35 million members of the Indian diaspora spread across the world are India's pride. This from Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, Prime Minister Modi would have spelled out various cultural, educational, financial measures that India is undertaking to strengthen links between the homeland and diasporic Indians, announcing, including the fact that 6th-generation Indian origin citizens of Trinidad and Tobago will receive the Overseas Citizens of India card soon. So we're getting ready for those photo opportunities after the bilateral discussions, and they will also see the MOU exchange that will be taking place shortly. Very happy to be able to bring this event or these events to you as they take place, and all this takes place before the tree planting ceremony, before the motorcade whisks the Prime Minister of India away once more. The Prime Minister Modi would have arrived in Trinidad and Tobago yesterday. This is once again July 3. Today being July 4, after which he will go to Argentina. Now, the last stop in the tour should be Namibia, where he will pay tribute to Namibian decolonization icon Sam Nujoma, who would have passed away on February 8. So it seems as though this raft of visits are quite intentional and strung together with a level of concerted purpose. I'm not trying to compare ourselves to anyone, but once again, Prime Minister Modi would have brought greetings from Ghana, where he and the Ghanaian President Mahama would have held talks and decided on a plan forward going forward, trying to double trade in the next 5 years. We will see what comes out of the MOUs that we are expecting to be exchanged a bit later in today's proceedings on our end in Trinidad and Tobago. Reminding you that a little earlier we would have seen the Prime Minister of India receiving the Order of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. That ceremony would have begun with a reading of a citation, followed by Her Excellency Christine Carla Kangaloo bestowing the award upon Prime Minister Modi. Remarks were delivered by both Her Excellency and Prime Minister Modi, highlighting shared values and friendship between the two jurisdictions, our two nations. After which, a motorcade would have brought the Prime Minister of the Republic of India to our seat of democracy. That motorcade would have seen him experience the pathway or the roadways that he would have used to get to the Red House or to Parliament, being flanked by school children waving flags of Trinidad and Tobago and India. Upon arrival, Prime Minister Modi would have been met by a quarter guard of honor, 12 military officers standing ready in the courtyard. He was also greeted by President of the Senate, Wade Mark, as well as Speaker of the House, Jagdev Singh, who would have escorted him to the A&R Robinson Diplomatic Room, then to the chamber. And I can only imagine the feeling sitting on that chair that would have been gifted to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago by the Republic of India in 1968. Just 6 years after our country's independence in '62. Now we're seeing Independent Senator Deorup Timal crossing the floor, no pun intended. We have Minister in the Ministry of Housing, Philip Edward Alexander.
Test.
We're now quite comfortably assured that the audio system is working at the rotunda. They were seeing Minister in the Minister or the Ministry of Health, Dr. Richard Sicharan. All while various stakeholders are putting those finishing touches in place. So it seems as though those bilateral discussions have concluded. Which will lead to Prime Minister Prasad Bisesa and Prime Minister Modi being escorted to the Rotunda Gallery for the exchange of those memoranda of understanding, which would form a concrete, a tangible outcome of these discussions, which would not have started today.
Right, at the end there is a handing over of a prototype and a playing of a video. Okay, let's write it in, boy.
And moving further, we will also, we're looking forward to the, as we said, the tangible outcome of discussions that have been taking place over some time now, before we go to the opposite area of the Eternal Flame for the tree planting exercise. You'll also see what type of plant it is, in addition to those that are being given, and not sure of the methodology in terms of submitting at this point in time, in terms of sharing those plants. But we see groupings moving into position, and we think we will actually just take you there so that you have the sounds as well as the sights.
Leaders are ready.
The Honorable Kamala Prasad Bisesa, Prime Minister of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, members of the Cabinet of Trinidad and Tobago, Your Excellency Dr. Jai Shankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, Your Excellency Dr. Pradeep Singh Rajpurohit, High Commissioner for the Republic of India to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, members of Parliament, esteemed members of the delegation of the Republic of India, senior government officials, other distinguished guests, members of the Indian diaspora, members of the media. As we reach the conclusion of this historic visit by the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, and his official delegation. It is a distinct honor and privilege for all of us gathered here today and those joining us via the media to witness this important moment in our bilateral relations. In a fitting culmination to this visit, the government of Trinidad and Tobago is pleased to announce the exchange of 6 memoranda of understanding between the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago and the Republic of India. These MOUs reflect our shared commitment to deepening bilateral relations, cooperation across a wide range of areas that are vital to our mutual development and prosperity. The MOUs are as follows. A Memorandum of Understanding signed between the Indian Pharmacopoeia Commission, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare India, and the Ministry of Health Trinidad and Tobago on pharmacopoeial cooperation. MOU number 2, agreement between the Government of India and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago regarding Indian grant assistance for the implementation of quick impact projects, which will support initiatives not limited to infrastructure upgrades such as roads, education, health, sanitation. The Government of India will provide grant financing on assistance for up to $50,000 with a maximum of 5 projects per financial year. MOU number 3, Memorandum of Understanding for Cooperation on Diplomatic Training between the Ministry of External Affairs of the Government of India and the Ministry of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs of the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. MOU number 4, Memorandum of Understanding on Cooperation in Sports between the Government of India and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago. MOU number 5, Program for Cultural Exchanges between the Government of India and the Government of Trinidad and Tobago for the period 2025 to 2028. And MOU number 6, a Memorandum of Understanding on the establishment of the Indian Council for Cultural Relations, Chair of Hindi and Indian Studies at the University of the West Indies, Trinidad and Tobago. In closing, this exchange ceremony marks not only the deepening of bilateral ties, but also the beginning of new chapters of collaboration and partnership that will bring mutual benefit to the people of Trinidad and Tobago and India. The commitments outlined in these MOUs reflect our shared vision of progress, prosperity, and partnership. In this presentation, you'll also see a presentation of sweets or mithai from the Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa to Shri Narendra Modi, which represents the success of this visit, the success between the relationship between Trinidad and Tobago and India. There will also be a handing over of a model and machinery from the Indian government to the Honorable Prime Minister and the people of Trinidad and Tobago. On behalf of the government of people of Trinidad and Tobago, I extend heartfelt thanks to the government of India for this fruitful engagement. We look forward to working more closely together to realize the full potential of these and many more agreements in the future. Thank you. We invite the foreign ministers to please exchange the MOUs. We invite Minister Sean Sobers, Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs from Trinidad and Tobago, and Dr. Jai Shankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India. Prototype for what? Machinery Right. The Honorable Prime Minister Kamla Prasad Bisesa, SC of Trinidad and Tobago, will now present the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi Ji, Prime Minister of India, with a token of appreciation of sweets and mithai from the people of Trinidad and Tobago, representing the success of this historic visit and the success of our bilateral relations. There we go, this. Now, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi Ji of India will present to the Honorable Kamla Prasad Bisesa a small prototype of machinery and a processing unit as part of India's gift to the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Again, ladies and gentlemen, we thank you very much. On behalf of the government of the Republic of Trinidad and Tobago, we thank His Excellency, the Honorable Shri Narendra Modi ji, Prime Minister of the Republic of India, the members of his delegation, His Excellency Jai Shankar, Minister of External Affairs of the Republic of India, and we thank you very much. We invite members only of the local Trinidad and Tobago media to please join us at the front. Only the Trinidad and Tobago media to come forward. Yeah. Please, members of the local, yeah, right. You are to be in the photograph, not to take the photograph, but you're welcome to be part of the photograph. So members of the media, Trinidad and Tobago media, you're invited to be a part of the photograph.
And there we're seeing, wouldn't necessarily call it a first, but at the same time there is the invitation for local media to be part of this occasion on the other side of the lens, as it were, normally being the ones behind the camera. But Paulsec Wilfred Nicholas Morris would have itemized the 6 memoranda of understanding, basically looking at a pharmacopoeial cooperation, Indian grant assistance for quick impact projects. The scope of that was also shared. Cooperation on diplomatic training. There will be a memorandum of understanding
after the members
with sports,
of the local media,
cultural exchanges, as well as the establishment of an Indian Council for Culture, Hindi Studies, and the like at the UWI campus. Wondering what will be Dr. Sharian Singh's thoughts on that. But she's primely positioned to have some sort of influence there. We once again thank her for the contribution and the insight that she would have made yesterday, giving us a socio-historical context that helps to really drive the point home of the importance of an occasion like this. So from here though, or following the exchange of the MOUs, both prime ministers will be escorted to proceeding along the corridor to the St. Vincent Street side, if I'm not mistaken, for a sapling planting. During which time we still have members of the media taking shots, making sure that this event is recorded for posterity. Also, it is very possible that these saplings may be neem, or this sapling may be neem, and that is something that we can go into in a little more detail as the event progresses. And you always look at the fact that you can make an easy differentiation between individuals who are members of the media, with the cameras, versus a protective detail, who normally are a bit more stoic in their bearing. Also with our devices to capture images. There we have a former president of our republic, Anthony Aquinas Carmona, being greeted by a member of the media. And no doubt he would have taken his share of the former president's photographs. But seems as though there's always room for one more. Now, this is some of the work that would have been mentioned yesterday, work that is generally unheralded, but at the same time lends so much credence to the importance of the events taking place. We also see that we have some rain falling at this time. We'll see how that is addressed since the proceedings are supposed to be taking us outside. Mercifully, though, this is something that seems to have been forecasted or prepared for, and that might be the reason that there's also a tent in the area that the sapling is going to be planted. And some people say at times like this, the world separates itself into two, those with and those without umbrellas, and all that entails. Here we have another angle of the area allocated for that tree planting ceremony. So we have the Chief of Protocol and the defense detail, always ready to serve, always ready to render assistance. At this time, this assistance includes bearing umbrellas. And it's just a few footsteps, but it is at the same time so important to make sure that this visit, the second day of this official visit by the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, goes the way it's supposed to. And we're hoping that this gentleman, and I doubt it would be Karapule, so that looks as though it's a neem plant, which is very symbolic. Because there's some areas that call, or some places that call a neem plant. Some people say the village pharmacy, some people say the poor man's pharmacy. Every plant or every part of that plant being used to cure different types of ailments. And even the watering of this plant at this point in time, harking back to the fact that Prime Minister Modi would have brought some water of a spiritual nature to Trinidad and Tobago as a gift, hoping that it blesses the space. And neem has a long, long history. As we said, every part of the neem tree being utilized. Some people will know the leaves for helping to cleanse blood, sometimes being put in cabinets as store cabinets to protect clothes from insects. And I'm sure that the Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, while handing over these plants, is charging the individuals receiving them to be good stewards and doing their best to take care of them until those trees can help to take care of us as a larger community. So it seems as though we just had the last plant collected by a young man with the motto of Domino Nos Dirigi, divine guidance.
All right, cool. Look up, everyone.
Now look down. Down.
As per usual, the media will have a say in terms of guiding participants how they want them to look. First of all, looking up into the camera and then looking down, I guess, at the plants themselves.
So now it's your duty to take care of this tree. Will you please? Wow.
And some people might even put forward the opinion that handing or passing these saplings on to these students, each in their school uniform, can symbolize passing knowledge, the importance of being eco-minded, sustainability. And reaching even further than planting that neem tree that will have such significance at our Parliament.
Brother, can I just take a picture without That's now.
Media will be media. If you don't think that you've gotten that $1 million worth shot, as we are having one here, and we see a little extra material being placed into the hole to make sure that this neem plant has the best start that it can get. And as we lean forward, we can see that the dedication on the plaque translates to a tree for mother. Ah, yes, it is neem. And the inscription tells the date, those involved. Ik peed maad naam, translating to that, a tree for mother. And we are almost at the end of day 2. This, the second day of the official visit of the Prime Minister of the Republic of India, Sri Narendra Modi, to Trinidad and Tobago. And we may see the departure of the minister, because they will be, well, ministers rather, in terms of Ministers Padarath, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, Sobers, as well as other individuals from the Parliament, in the same way that Prime Minister Modi was greeted when he arrived on our shores, to bid him farewell when he is about to leave. And this visit, many may argue, has been a testament to the strong and evolving relationship between India and Trinidad and Tobago. Once again, we were wondering whether or not we would have a literal handful of memoranda of understanding in terms of 5 MOUs, but we got one extra. We got 6 MOUs. Once again, those are taking the form of direct interests to Pharmacopoeia Corporation, Indian grant assistance for quick impact projects, cooperation on diplomatic training, one on sports, cultural exchanges, establishing Indian Council for Culture Hindi Studies at the UWI campus. Then after those MOUs were exchanged by Jai Shankar, Minister of External Affairs of India, as well as Sean Sobers, the Minister of Foreign and CARICOM Affairs, there was our Prime Minister, Kamala Prasad Bisesa, giving the Prime Minister of India mithai or sweets. Not quite sure if it was from the little store. And then we had the Prime Minister of India sharing a small prototype of something that will prove to be a larger offering as time progresses. So it has been, we've given you a detailed journey through the Prime Minister Modi's visit, and it's really been a pleasure for us to do so. What is left is for the Prime Minister to make his way to the airport to continue. As we said, he goes to Argentina after leaving our shores. 5 jurisdictions, 8 days. So thank you so much for joining us through this journey. It has really been our pleasure to provide this footage to you wherever you have been, whatever channel you have been looking at. As some people have been looking on via television, some people have been tuned into TTT Live Online, some people have been on our sister station, Talk City 91.1 FM. We've also been carrying it live on our Facebook and YouTube channels. Wherever you have been tuned into, it has been our honor to bring the sights and sounds and stories of a day that will surely be remembered as a milestone in India, Trinidad, and Tobago relations. Now, from all of us here at TTT Limited, we want to wish you a very good afternoon. We want to thank you once more for tuning in, and may the friendship between our nations continue to flourish. I'm DK Roster.